Hello, 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 everyone. A good evening to you. Welcome to another Tuesday night stream. And you know what that means? It's time for some more Porsche Cup action. Week 8 of Season 2, 2026. Goodness me, what's going on? And yeah, week 8. So we are rapidly closing towards the end of the season. And this week we are at Donington Park National Circuit. Shorter version of Donington Park. There's still a chicane, it just goes right onto the front straight rather than left and up to the hairpin. So it's going to be fast and furious. 23 lap races, so lots and lots of laps. Fast flowing circuit, probably quite hard to pass, and I'm going to suggest that very tight margins in qualifying. Hello to Jack in the chat. Hello, Walter, as well. Good to see you guys here. And yes, and Jack, I believe you will not be joining us tonight. I believe we talked about that last week. I didn't see you in the iRacing setup there. So a bit of a week off for Jack, racing against Jack. Probably good for me. Might get a few more points. As you are always beating me in these races. But yeah, ready to essentially pick myself back up again after what was a disappointing weekend. Not going to lie. Thank you very much for those who watched the stream. Channel, good morning, sir. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, huge thank you for those who watched the streams. And sorry they couldn't be 3 parts. Sorry it couldn't go for 24 hours. It did get us, but we are going to come back stronger. And that's had a bit of a debrief with myself. I've been critical of myself. But that's a positive thing for me. Okay, don't get me wrong. We will take it as motivation, and we start with that tonight. Just back on the horse, get out there, do some fun racing in Porsche Cup. And the other thing that's going on is essentially the next 4 weeks after this one, till the end of the season, are going to be a fun time in the Porsche Cup car because we are going to take on the Porsche Esports Championship Open Qualifiers. 4 weeks. There'll be time slots on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Essentially, we can do at least 2 of those a week. And it'll just be the most points gets in. I'm not expecting to qualify. There are so many fast drivers here, but just like the series on Porsche Cup that we've been taking on week, I'm just interested to see how good we can go, basically. And yeah, there's only 4 opportunities to race. And because of the time slots, essentially they will just be only 2 options. They're 30-minute races, so they're pretty high stakes. Pretty high stakes. Next week it matches the Porsche Cup weekly round, which is Spa, and then there'll be a round at Sebring, a round at Suzuka, and the final round at the Nürburgring Grand Prix. And so the last 3 don't necessarily match up with the Porsche Cup racing week, so some specific practice, but I went pretty well at Sebring at the start of the season. I went pretty good at Suzuka. Spa will be fun to get my head around, and Nürburgring GP, I'm sure we can work that out as well. So I'm kind of feeling optimistic that we can at least put on some decent performances. But let's see how we go. Be a nice little fun challenge. They'll get us through to the end of season 2, 2026. So, hey Scott, yeah, self-reflection is good. Yeah, no, look, I'm all for that. I'm okay with criticism. I can take criticism from others. So yeah, we just will come back stronger. We get a real chance to do it in 3 weeks' time, 3 weekends' time, with another round of NEC in the Nürburgring Endurance Championship. So we'll put it behind us though. Get out on track. The first race open setup in just over 10 minutes. Couple of warm-up laps here, and it might rain. There is a chance of rain with this open setup. So we're a little bit, well, we're basically not practiced for that. And we will essentially see how that comes. But if it isn't raining, we'll be right, I think. So Spa 6 hour this weekend. Yes, there is a Spa 6 hour this weekend. There's one in real life as well, which is what I'm going to go and see. But I do plan to do a little bit of IMSA this week on iRacing. So maybe the Enduro comes up in that. But yeah, it's a busy week. It's a busy week of sim racing once again for me. So I'm not sure if I'll get to the actual one. But yeah, we're going to Real World Week World Endurance Championship at Spa this weekend. I'm very, very excited to get trackside again. So yeah, it'll be my 3rd year going. And yeah, essentially, yeah, I can't wait. It's the first like Spa weekend of the racing season. It feels like it's been a long time since I've been out to the track. So yeah, I'm looking very much forward to that. So yeah, here we go. Donington Park. So it has been raining in this session at some point. It's drying out at the moment. And like I said at the start, this is the national circuit. So it misses out the sort of final sector. The chicane goes to the right instead of to the left onto the front straight. But yeah, Donington's a fun little track. Game audio. Oh, goodness me. I've got too much going on in my head at the moment, team. Right, here we go. This one and that one. Let's go. This is why I have you guys. This is why I have you guys. I would quite literally be nowhere without you. Right, we're away. We're away. I did see, that's not how you say that, by the way. I did see someone in practice go left at the end of the road there. So they might catch a few people out in practice this week. Better watch this puddle on the inside. Whoops. Well, so you're absolutely right. I got the best audience here. All these great iRacers. No toxicity at all. Or maybe just all the good people like Porsche Cup racing. TSC crew would just let it burn, wouldn't they? How long could he not have game audio and be on the stream chat screen? There's a grace period. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I think my grace period might have to remain indefinitely. It's going to take a long time, a lot of streaming before we get ourselves over that one. But and the chicane here in this national circuit is quite tricky. I've come to find I haven't really found a super fast way through it. It's easy to get wrong. Cup car's very floaty down here. And yeah, like I said, I think the margins of quali are going to be really, really tight. So hopefully we can just trim things up a little bit and have a solid run here. Could be a little bit of a battle tonight. We'll see. Cranky, hello, sir. Yes, you're going to be there this weekend. Fantastic, mate. Yeah, honestly, let's go, right? Can't wait to see the new Genesis hypercar. Really keen to see what the sound's like and stuff. Yeah, I remember we did actually talk about that you were going to be there. Can't wait to catch up with you again, mate. I'm pumped. I'm very, very looking forward to it. Where we can watch Spa. Honestly, Chinook, I haven't quite worked that out yet. I'm pretty sure the only way is through the World Endurance Championship have like a view pass kind of thing. In Europe we can watch it on Eurosport, and we've got a subscription to that. But I was thinking about that the other day actually, watching Imola. Was how am I going to watch this next year? I'm pretty sure there's like a viewership pass that WEC do. So I'm pretty sure the guys in the UK have to sign up to that as well. But that gives you live access to all the different qualifying and practice sessions and stuff like that. Yeah, weather's looking pretty decent this like Saturday looks like the decent day. It's a lot of rain in Belgium at the moment. It's chucking it down outside at the moment. Gradient Racing, hello. How do you like this track with Porsche Cup? I quite like Donington in general. I haven't quite figured it out. I haven't done any races here yet. I'm not sure how good the racing's going to be. It could be tricky to pass. And we're using the national layout as well, and I sort of feel like it misses one of the best parts of the track this weekend. I kind of a little bit gutted that we're not going left at the chicane and down to the last sector, the hairpin and stuff. We're mostly kind of expecting a chance of rain and open as well, so it might be a tricky week. But they used Donington quite a bit. It was GT3 Regionals was here. A lot of other smaller series use it as well, so it's probably worth having. We're going to be using it in our league race later in the season as well, I believe, if I remember correctly. Fun coming down the hill here though. So the Cup car's very light at the front end down here, a little lift to just get it to turn in. Easy for off tracks as well. It's a bit better. It's gonna be really tricky if it rains though. Cranky, yes. Yes, Zandvoort, they're definitely Zandvoort this year. And I'm also planning to be at GT World Challenge at the Nürburgring GP later in the year too, mate. If you're around. Hey, Beck. Welcome, mate. Oops, that's too deep. Thanks. Yeah, Cranky, I think Zandvoort will probably be a Sunday thing for us again, same as last year. Because you get the feature race in like GT4 and GT2 and stuff like that as well. Hey Jack, welcome mate. This combo would be a bit of you, wouldn't it mate? Whoops, the light. No, Jack, because the game you play doesn't have it. Probably, you might not have even raced this layout. speaking of tracks I haven't raced in a while, this Thursday our league race is going to Zolder, which isn't on any of the calendars this week, so we're going to be having to find setups and things by ourselves, and I haven't raced Zolder in age, you know, since ACC days, so that's going to be interesting to say the least. Not to mention how small the track is and the fact we're running open qualifying with up to 60 cars, so it's going to be an absolute fight, a bit like Brands Hatch was last week, but everyone will be a little bit out of practice, essentially. It's going to be crazy. Yeah, Zolder's, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I still haven't been to Zolder yet. I haven't found like a proper weekend to go and like scope it out. Considering how close it is to me, I really need to sort that out. Why is my... trading paints don't seem to be working? It's better. It should work now. Okay, what have we got here? There's a bit of water now. Lightly wet track. This could be fun. Oh, that's not going to work. Yes. There's a few people on wets. Oh, I might have to join them. I might have to join them, I think. Wets. 360 for the fans, yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Five seconds. Let's see what the session is when we go live. Okay, door card 12 for this one. Looks like it is split one. Definitely some numbers down this week in general. It was really cool having all the numbers last week out. It's close, isn't it? It's close to being dry. Oh, that's dry. Very lightly wet. Dry tires, let's send it. This could be completely wrong. Yeah, and I suspect next week at Spa we will also have big numbers, and therefore some split 2, more my level racing. Been sort of slowly getting a little bit more used to being around some of the better drivers, but I gotta admit, at Nords it was nice. It was nice to be. There's a couple of people on. Ooh, a couple of people on wets. This could be the mistake. Oh. Also think Donny is an AC Evo. Must be, surely. This might be a mistake.
Green flag
Oh wow, this could be an absolute mistake, team. That's not great. Oh, really? Racking up the incident points even before we hit the race. Yeah. Should have taken wets. I think there's a few spots where it's a bit too wet. It won't stop either. Oh, that's really... Set a lap. At the white line. This is good fun, isn't it? Don't know what to do about the race now. If it's like this at the start, I think we just have to take dries. This is far from fast. Right, we did a lap. It's not fast.
There's the flag. It's over.
7th. Well, that's not as terrible as I thought it was. Sure, there's some people going faster though. Yeah, stay on dry. I'm pretty sure. What's the weather saying? Yeah, it will just continue to, the dry line should form. 8th, 10th. th. Yeah, the wet runners had an advantage there. But I don't think that will last for the race. It's all right, we've learnt. Dry. This guy might be on lap. 2 minutes of the session. Again, wet tyres. Pretty much everyone else is... Yeah, that's not going to be fast enough. 13th. Well, we're door 12 and we've qualified 13th, so I can't be... That's about right. But should have taken wets for that one. Interesting. So I might be tiptoeing a little bit here. Be interesting to see if anyone actually then starts on. Because I'm probably surrounded by people that took dries during quali. Yeah, visually tracked is dry except for those few puddles. Yeah, and that's the only spots. I think everywhere else it was pretty speedy, but you had just to be careful of where the puddles are. But in theory, if they've got cars driving over, then they should dissipate. Remember when we did was it a Suzuka race earlier in the season? It sort of started with that very light wet, and yeah, taking dry tires was absolutely the right call there. But it was a bit tricky that opening lap. I remember I spun late in the lap, but pretty much anyone who had wet tires just had to come in after like 2 laps. So let's hope we have that situation essentially. But yeah, a bit of a mixed bag in qualifying. A few people all over the place here. Oh, I did get a lap in. 14th. We're going to start 14th. Expect a P1. That's not happening. That's not happening, Jermaine. That's not happening, mate. You should not expect such things from me. 23 seconds. Believe. No, when you've got 7.5K, 6K iRated drivers in here, it's you have to be realistic. But we're getting better. We are getting better in Porsche Cup. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, we still got some work to do. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the good lucks. Gonna see how everyone grids up here. Oh, there's some wet. Some people in front of us. Oh, no, maybe people changing their mind. People behind me standing on dries. Few people changing their mind. Yeah. No, someone in front of us on wets at the moment. 2 people in front of us on wets. Interesting. 7.5K iRated driver. He's definitely on dries. So we're going to commit to that. Oh no, people change it. The other people are now changing their mind too. That makes sense. You don't have 6K yet. Yeah. It's been slow. I feel like we're about to go through a phase on iRacing where we are going to lose a bunch of iRacing, but for the better. I think then I need to get into a bit of a habit, back into a bit more habit of driving and racing more GT3. We've been making good gains in Porsche Cup, and we can sort of fall back onto that a little bit to keep the I rating up. But I need to start finding a similar pace in GT3, because essentially any GT3 race I get into, I just feel like I'm going to get swamped. So we need to put a bunch of time into that, and can't just race Porsche Cup forever. There's a version of me that could race Porsche Cup forever, but we need to. Did not miss the start here, eh? That's a decent start. Let's go. Showered with water and rocks here. That's such a great launch. Slow in front, being careful. Right behind me is being careful as well. Yeah. Box for wets. Ah, stop the car. Spin up. Oh, that guy we're just passing, he's on wets. That was the wrong decision. Just these curbs though. That one seems dry. That puddle's already starting to go. Another spinner.
Go on your left. You're on the left.
Oh yeah. Ooh, okay. Whoops. Nope, nope, nope. Well, oh, that's all right. Sorry, that's a bit of a jump scare there.
So you're on the right.
Had a mind of its own on the curb there. Hey, Hugo, welcome, mate. Gonna try this combo this one? Nice. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm very sorry. That was sorry, not me. Oh, hello. Blink. Yes, okay, hello. Oh, no, that was the 3 wide? What just happened there, team? What happened there? Was that 3 wide? Oh, I completely screwed that. That was all me into that chicane. I didn't want to do that at all. Alright, that's a messy lap. Let's just relax for a bit here. Don't really have any dramas behind me at the moment. Oh, I did again. Stay off that curb, Bradley. Okay, I got a back marker here. Jeepers. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying to lose that position. Come on. Off the curb. Oh, big fight up ahead. Right, sorry guys, we've got quiet. We're locking in here. Okay, the fight ahead has brought us back into this a little bit. Cars everywhere. Oh, that's a hit. It's only lap 8. It's 23 of these. Oops. Oh, it's slow. Right, no pressure behind. Still not even halfway. So many laps, just feels like you've already been doing this forever. I'll keep starting to try out a bit too, I think. Wide. At least by purposefully avoiding curbs, you're not really risking any off tracks and incident points. Oh, yep, that's still, as I say that. As I say it, that curb is still wet. Okay, I'm losing ground now. Eek. Kafuza, hello. I'm good, mate. How are yourself? Having a bit of fun here at Donington Park and Porsche Cup tonight. Decided to give GTPs at Spa a go this week. Oh, very nice. Solid challenge there. There'll be some speedy people at Spa to really test yourself out. Yeah, I think I'll be trying a bit of GT3 at Spa this week. I haven't really given Spa much of a go on iRacing. I'm not gonna lie. Oops, that was a little bit of a wiggle there. Okay, 14 laps done, 9 to go. Wait. Sort of a lit by. Still a bit of time there. The whole race is just there. Just a tiny bit off the pace. Let's see. Yellow flag. Back to it. Oh, he's around, he goes. Free V. Two races have been played pretty rough. Taken out by LMP2s. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess it's that new phase of multi-class where you're like the absolute fastest category, right? I think it's been fun though. Glad it's been fun. Got stuck on waiting tech inspection to restart. 2 laps down. Oh no. Now there. Oh. That's a back marker. Bouncy. Whoops. Kind of, sort of getting there with this track. Zero % of chance of rain and fixed, so I should be able to push a little bit harder next time out. Oh, that's deep. That was a bit desperate. Got it stopped. Four to go. Oops. And that curve doesn't dry out all race, it seems. Whew. Get up. Still fighting up ahead. So the race is just there. It's mostly because they've been battling a lot. Just been a tiny bit off pace up here. .6 for the leader, 5.2, so 7 tenths. White flag. I don't think that's the end, buddy. I think he thinks that's finished. Always run out of fuel, maybe? Well, we'll take it. So we have 13 litres of fuel in this thing. We have to have a look into that. Oh, is there one final position? Yes, there is! Well, there's definitely some chaos up in front there. We've managed to catch two positions on the last lap. Take it. P9. Oh dear, that all happened in front of me though. I wasn't really involved in that one. So what actually happened up there? Last lap opportunity here. Oh, just off the curb into the car next to him. Bounce. Right, now this guy, I'm pretty sure, was involved in something up here. Yes, I am behind this. Oh, this here. Oh, okay. I'm glad I held my line there. That car number. Oh, it just died. Right. Well, no replay right now. That just stopped. Okay. Well, we've lost some safety rating. How many incident points to get? 5. Oh, that's a bit rough, actually. I'm not gonna lie. 33 iRacing. We will take it. Championship points 133. So not tons, but not none. P9. Strength of field. Basically my iRating. So he thought he was Moses. Splitting the sea of Porsches. Yeah, it was probably just enough space, but yeah, little wiggle from that car on the outside, and that was that. Fantastic. Okay. Well, let's jump into fixed, because fixed is quite a different condition tonight. I believe in theory it's a little bit hotter, and it is no chance of rain, so we can push those track limit boundaries a little bit more, use a little bit more of the circuit when it wants to load up. But how is everyone tonight? Is everyone enjoying their Tuesday or Wednesday morning, as it were, for Chinook in New Zealand? Did you guys do the Nürburgring 24 hours in the weekend? How did you go? Hopefully you've got some better stories than we do. Righto, righto. Did Charlie recover? Yes, yes, yes. No, we haven't had a proper debrief as a team, but we've had a few chats about it and stuff. I think if things had gone slightly better the next few hours while I was having a sleep, we would have pushed on. Yeah, I think there was still partly a result there to play. Like even when we retired, you know, I think we ended up finishing like 29th or something, you know, so 25th or something like that. It wasn't exactly like there was a lot of people left in our race by that stage. Been pretty brutal, and a lot of other splits seemed similar. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of splits had their dramas. There you go. Can send it through there a lot harder now, can't we? Oh, oh, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Hello, 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 hello. It's a tricky old chicane, actually. A bit deep. Yeah, it's a totally different track when you can use the curbs. Whoops. Bouncy bounce. feel like I'm still too slow into that chicane. It's too deep. Ooh, that was a bit better. Thank you. Jack, mate, we ended up P9. There was a couple of freebies in the last lap. I think the guy in front of me ran out of fuel, and there was a moment in the last corner which meant I came out of the final corner, a slow car, managed to get by him before the line. So, wow, that guy was not watching his mirrors before he came out of the lane. Oh, sorry, I'm not trying to hit you. If you could let me by though, please. You want to fight him? Okay, that's fine. Goodness me. Practice server shenanigans. Yeah, the freebies were welcome this time round, Jack, I've got to admit. Whoa! Whoopsie. Okay, you don't take that much inside curb. What I'll do, actually... let's just find my own piece of racetrack here. The practice servers can always be a little bit of fun racing other people, but sometimes you just need your own space. Oh, doing some GT3 today, nice. Yeah, it's totally different, isn't it? It's like properly different. Like I say, my like really, my good teammate, our teammates, they're really good in GT3. I'm constantly chasing their tails. They don't drive P Cup, and when they do, they cannot find the pace that I have here. And it's just, you just need time to understand it. But yeah, like I was saying a bit earlier before, I think that's essentially where, we need to sort of go for the next little while. Probably next season, focus on GT3s a little bit more. Not too sure if I'll do the SRI League again. It just not quite, hasn't quite given me the continuality of the practice I was looking for. Probably need to spend more time doing dailies or switching to IMSA if it's the track that I need to work on or something. And then like last week, I could have probably done without having SRI to practice more for the N24, so I kind of almost need those weeks where you can take it off the plate. It's on the limit. I think I need to do more on the practice servers. There's no substitute for usability. You definitely get a chance to be around some different skill sets in a practice server. I'm not gonna lie. Good. It's a good lesson of patience sometimes, because everyone's entitled to space, and if they're on a lap, they might be on their best ever lap, and then you roar up behind them and want them to move out of the way. So I get it sometimes. I get it. It's like every now and then there'll be like a moment in a server, someone does something, a massive accident with them. Like, oh, so sorry. Like, it's fine, mate. It's all good. It's just practice. I know you're just practicing, so fine, It's different when it's a race scenario, right? You're surrounded by people who are supposedly your level. P-Cup is a lot more planted, you reckon? Interesting. Yeah, I think Porsche Cup, you drive it a lot on the front tire because it doesn't have the aero grip. Where the Cup with the GT3s, yeah, you push them. You're always pushing them to sort of the overall tire limit, if that makes sense. You're constantly on the rear tire as well, sliding it out a corner. You want to try and minimize that, of course. You do it too much, it really does wear them. But the Cup car, you can really get on the throttle, but it's because you've sort of set the car up. Like if the car's still understeering, you just know you can't get on throttle. And I think that's the difference, is that the GT3, there's this middle ground in the corner rotation where you can get on the gas, and you've got to sort of transition where the car's sliding, essentially. It's sort of like I don't know, I feel like this car works better when you, in a way, underdrive it a little bit. And where GT3 feels like you just need to drive it on, 10 tenths to get a really fast lap out of it. And that's where I sort of struggle. More intuitive than other games. Like, it's more intuitive for me, GT3s, than say Le Mans Ultimate or ACC. ACC was like really aggressive, and that just did not suit my style at all. But this car is, yeah, I think it's the way I describe it. You sort of just drive it on the front tire, and then when you get that part done, you can just floor it. So it's a little bit, say, one-dimensional, but a little bit more delicate. Just focusing on one part of the car a bit more. Yeah. Hey, Luke. Welcome, mate. Deeper into turn 1, I think. Yeah, it's a bit too understeer for fourth. Yeah, no, I agree, Jack. Yeah, that's the sweet spot. It's just about being comfortable in the uncomfortable with GT3, I think. I was doing some laps of Spa and the Ferrari today, and I haven't driven a lot of mid-engine cars or rear-engine cars, you know, much at all, to be honest. But it just felt like the Ferrari was just micro-sliding at the rear all the time. And it, obviously, if that starts happening in, say, like a Porsche Cup, or even a front-wheel drive car, a front-engine car, you know that you're like, okay, this is sort of trouble. But that was just how it was, you know, and it was, you sort of had to start trusting it. It was like, okay, it feels like it's a little micro slide, but that's normal, that's fine, that's where the engine is, that's what it's doing. You can start trusting it a bit, but you know, a very different feeling, quite unnerving. And the problem is all those GT3 cars drive a little bit differently. And if you want to be a top GT3 driver, you kind of have to know how to drive all of them, because there'll be some tracks, some events where you need to be able to jump into, you know, the Ferrari one week and jump into a Merc the next week, and that's far from simple. It's why Porsche Cup is so simple. So one make, one car. Put it on a track with everyone else and away you go. But I cannot ignore it forever. Corvette GT3 every time, love it. And I appreciate that, Jack. I think there's a lot of VOP tourists, you know, going for the fastest car every week. I sort of prefer to be like that. I haven't kind of settled on one car. My heart keeps saying to drive the BMW M4, but it just never feels like it's competitive enough, unfortunately. Righto, that was a more comfortable practice session, I'm not gonna lie. Sergeant, hello. You should prefer gripping the rear and sliding in the front. You get, yeah. No, it's I think the front engine cars will seem a bit more like that. You can control the understeer, natural understeer, and be a bit more confident on the rear. Yeah, the mid-engine cars can have lots of rotation, but you got to be happy with it essentially. Door 20 for this one, guys. It looks dumb. No, the BMW, beautiful car, beautiful car. I'm a bit of a BMW man, having worked for the brand as a tech for so many years. So yeah, hey Sarah, welcome mate, welcome. Hey James. Yeah, and I think just the understeer just feels safer for me when I jump in, and I think that's probably, I probably just need to undo that a little bit. I need to get out of my comfort zone in GT3 a little bit, but like I said, I'm expecting to, you know, when we dive into that, the rating, my rating will probably tank for a bit. We might have to use Porsche Cup to recover it a bit. So, Amateur Racer, hello, looking slick in that P Cup. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, we certainly love our Porsche Cup Tuesdays. Very much enjoying it, and yeah, really looking forward. Actually, really looking forward to the next 4 weeks doing the open qualifiers. So, don't ask Brad what a B58 is. What an engine! What an engine! So I was working for BMW when they released that motor. It it's just so nice to work on. And all those cars that came in, the 340i's and the 240i's, they're just great cars. Back in the F series days. And even the B48s and stuff. So much nicer than their predecessors, those N series engines. Yeah, but all the M cars are great. Like, they're so well put together. I've worked on a lot of M cars, and they're so, like, they're easy to wheel align. They just feel so nice to drive. Like, it's this whole driving experience with BMW that unless you've driven them, unless you've worked, you know, like, been in them and owned them, you don't quite understand. But yeah, they're just great. Even so I don't know what the brand new ones are. I haven't worked on the brand for, God, it must be 7 or 8 years now, you know. But yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, the modular engines were really good for that. You know, petrol and diesel shared a lot of components, and but they're just built so strong. You know, like, you could easily take one of those engines, leave it unopened, bolt some stuff onto it, and it's 600-700 horsepower. And the gearbox and the driveline can handle it, and it's just, they're so well built. They're so well built. Porsche Cup is a strange car. I was hoping a less prone to understeer. Yeah, Hugo, it's not super understeer. You just got to be careful with how much you get into the brakes. You can cook the front tire on this car quite easily. So you sort of, like, I noticed early on that, you know, if you too much peak pressure initially, got into the ABS too much, the car just would not want to turn. So a lot of your inputs are a much shallower braking, like shallower peak brake pressure. If you brake earlier, kind of, for me, I'm thinking save the tire for the turning point. And if you do, there's lots of grip. Turn it into the corner. Monza's a really good example of this. I got a video about it. You can sort of see some of the differences, but brake earlier and less pressure. And I noticed that when I got to the apex to turn into turn 1, I had heaps of grip. If you brake late trying to find time, you just wouldn't want to turn. But yeah, I've essentially picked all that up from watching the top guys, where they're streaming it so much recently. Seems to be working. Okay, 2 valid laps. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, see, that's too deep. Didn't want to turn. So if you drive a GT3 like this, though, you're just slow. Oh no, nope, that was all bad. Still valid. Keep it in bounds. See, second, I'm 17th. So close. Not aggressive enough. One, 3, 4, 9. Goodness. Oh, no. Goodness me. Ah,
Tipped over.
okay. 8/10 off P10 currently. There is definitely some more drivers to finish up though. Down to 11th. Where else can we go? We are till 20 though, so that's maybe not the worst we can do. B58 mentioned, yes, Greggy. Had a 140i for a while. Nice. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, no. It's a really good story about that, James. When I was working for BMW, the F15, the X5 came out with the M the M50D, the XM50D, and it came with a triple turbo 3 litre straight six diesel, and this thing made like 800 newton meters of torque at peak. It was such a crazy engine. It used the different turbos at different stages, and we were filling it up for a PDI one day, but pre-delivery inspection, and the guys from Ford were also at the station. They're like, oh, what's that? What's under the hood? Oh, yeah, it's this triple turbo. Oh, why do you need 3 turbos? And rah, rah, rah. It's like, yeah, it's because it makes like 2 times the torque of your, in New Zealand, they have Ford Rangers as a sort of pickup truck kind of thing. They tow trailers, and it's seen as a towing car, and you're like, yeah, this has twice the towing capacity essentially. And I've seen these things tow huge boats. And it's just all these sequential turbos. Yeah, so you had a big one and 2 small ones, and in different parts of the rev range, it would flip the valves and use them in different stages. So you had this massive torque curve. Yeah, great engineering, and just so well put together. And then the car drove like this massive SUV, X5 SUV, and had massive tires on it. Drove like a sports car. It was just insane. Couldn't believe it. And yeah, it was just, that's what BMW does. It's what German brands do. And so many, American brands and stuff just can't wrap their head around it. Just can't wrap their head around it at all. Okay, 11th. So this is quite interesting. So we got a 1043, but a 1045 puts you 21st. So my first lap wouldn't even qualify me. It was a 5.2. So the qualifying is pretty important here, and this will be a pretty tight race in general. Be a very, very tight race here. Yeah, still have everything but my G20 340i. Yeah, nice. That's Coyote engine, best engine. Zax, I'm not sure. Like I say, I'm just a bit of a sucker for interesting tech. And I think it's probably the Japanese car culture that New Zealand had. Like it was, our dream cars were all the 90s JDM, Skylines and small engines with turbochargers, which, at the time were taking on the big engines of American cars and stuff like that. And so there's always something about, tech versus displacement, basically. Double outlaps. Oh, so yeah, so not just one push lap, basically. That kind of makes sense. 130i. Nice. Yeah, so that would be N52, inline 6. No, they were good engines. They just leaked oil. That was the only problem. Certainly the era that I worked for BMW in a lot of those. N52, yeah. Okay, right in the middle of this grid. 3.5k behind's a 5k driver behind me. That'll be fun. Yeah, we're the lowest, essentially the lowest store card here. Everyone around me is 3, 3, 4. This is our lowest high rating. This is fun, isn't it? Always still get nervous in fields like this, you know? Always get a little bit nervous. A G80 that I track in the G350. Hard to beat the emotion of a high-rim coyote-based power plant. It's fair. G80, nice. Very, very nice. One person hasn't gridded up. That's what we're waiting for. Here we go. See if we get another decent start. Oh, we did.
Green, green, green.
It was decent. I have nowhere to go, though.
Car on your left. Clear. Car right. Clear.
Okay. Woo. Hold your breath, team. Oh, not that way. Not that way. Oh, not that way, not that way, not that way.
Car right.
Let's not get involved with these guys. Bit of a gap here.
Clear on the right.
Bit soft, sorry guys. Ah, dude, come on. That sucked. And that sucked too. Don't spin.
Left side.
I can go the long way. Come on, settle in, Bradley.
Clear on the left. Alright.
Bradley.
Clear.
Oops. Oopsie. Oh, wow. Whoopee! That was almost turning into a bit of a mess. Oops. Stop cutting that corner. Seem to be lacking a little bit of speed, a little bit of confidence today. Oh no! Can't do that in fourth. Oh,
Car on. Clear on the right.
it's so wide. Can't go flat down the hill. Oh, understeer, understeer. It's just relentless, this race. Absolutely relentless. We got people behind me queuing up. This guy's in front is just no stopping. 13 laps done. 10 to go. Oh, that's a wobble. Oh, Bradley.
Clear. Car on. Clear on the right. Left side.
What's happening? Oh, sorry.
From the right.
It's all right.
3 wide.
Ah, 3 wide, no way.
Clear. Left side. Car right. Clear. Right side. Clear on the right.
Oh, he tucked in. Didn't expect that. We'll go again. Not getting bullied this time.
Left side. Clear.
Let's got the elbows out that time. That was good fun. That was really good fun. Oh, come on, baby. Go, 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 go. You're fighting behind. Run away, run away. Oh, I ran him off the road behind. Oh, there's the pressure. Yeah, there's definitely tension. Woo! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Wow. Well, that was all worth for nothing at the end of the day, wasn't it? Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, I took a breather, didn't I, Jack? And that was that. Cass, don't breathe for 23 laps, apparently. It's hot work, eh? Five to go. 5 to go around the couple. It's 9x. So I still got a bunch of safety rating from the 24. Just once again gonna burn it. It's just what you gotta do in these lobbies. The level these guys are driving at. Can't drive at 95% and avoid all the track limits and stuff. It's hard work, man. Ah, no, I think you'll go over that too. Got one and lost one. Oh my goodness. Car's not feeling great now. Oh, hello.
Right side.
Hello. Still here.
Clear on the right.
Thank you. Backed out of that one. Can it be over now? This car's not feeling great at all. Oh no. Oh, spins behind. Pretty much just got one guy behind me now. Oh my goodness. 10x. Oh, no, 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 no. Russ, how long have you been iRacing? It's basically 12 months now. At the end of the month will be my 12 month. Oh. You're doing great. It's been a journey. Really, really has. Been a lot of fun. I still have a lot to learn, a lot to improve. And that's why I like it. Basically. Oh, that's too... I've done it again. I got no front grip.
One left. Final left.
Last lap. Can we hold him off? It's better. What's going on up here?
You've got about 2 laps of fuel left.
Yoy, yoy, yoy. Oh, almost going to finish with a slowdown. You might get a place out of that. Or not.
Right, there's checkered flag.
Apparently not. Well, there we go, guys. Goodness me, that was a really intense race. I'm not going to lie. Goodness me. What's telemetry chip using? Yes, there it is. IR Drive. Yep, IR Drive. But welcome to the chat, Noel. Welcome in. Goodness me, that was pretty full on, actually. I'm not going to lie. Got a bit boxed out at the beginning. Wasn't my best version of racing. And then, yeah, Trump just got a bit swarmed. Glad I got my elbows out for a few laps there. Gave me a little bit of confidence back. Side by side through here is pretty scary, not gonna lie. But nice room being given by everyone. Yep, that was lucky, actually. Got up on the curb and everyone's doing a pretty good job there, actually. Just gonna die again. That's really interesting. Have you guys been noticing that happening? Just the session just closing and ending like that? I haven't noticed that before. Yeah, I definitely haven't noticed that before. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The heart rate might not get up as high as you think, but you need something to measure like brain activity. I think that would be the interesting one. Just be all over the shop, I think. Yeah, it's just the odd time that session sort of changes from sort of like session to session or session to valid. I think there was one where it was a few weeks ago. Remember when we got into qualifying and it wouldn't load or something, or the game crashed. But yeah, really interesting. Oh, look at that safety rating drop, guys. That's rough. Try and trim this up. We've been losing a lot of safety rating recently. It's only been the Nürburgring endurance races that have been saving me. I rating went down by 1. I'm sure we can manage. Sure we can be okay with that. Down 5 spots. 92 points. That's not enough points. Ever happened only big laps during race. Ugh. I've been able to get many races in the last couple of weeks. Yeah, that's a shame, Todd. Life getting in the way. Very interesting. Very interesting. Right, all we can do is let's go again, team. See if we get proper rain in this one or not. Yeah, 27% chance of rain in these sessions. Obviously the last one was not rain. I've definitely seen a few sessions which have been wet or wetter. Let's see what we get this time round. But guys, if you are enjoying it, bit of YouTube stuff, give it a like. It does really help out the channel, etc. I've got a video coming out in the next couple of days. Just finishing up that. We have started our open wheel racing. So yes, we will be certainly enjoying a bit of open wheel action. The rookie class was good. Was good. You'll see it in the video. A lot of fun, actually. I'm not going to lie. So yeah, that's coming out really soon. Oh, NHL playoffs. Nice. What stage of the playoffs, Todd? What team do you support, mate? Yeah, I followed. Look at this guy. He them's a big spins. But if you don't win this race, I've turned it upside down. Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack. Would you win this next race? Would you win this one? Don't see you trying, mate. What's the strategy for getting safety rating back? Yeah, I lost 1.64 races. Yeah. I think, like, unfortunately, like the best way to gain safety rating is to sort of get, I don't want to get myself out of the race, but if you find yourself in a part of the race where you just have to start having these conversations with yourself, like, should I push or should I just pull it back a touch, not get in the fight and drive a bit more sensibly? And I think, like, yeah, it's not simple. I think when you're in the lower splits and you're starting to work your way up, you can find those ones as or there'll be like a track or two as well. GTE best for safety rating game 1.6 SR in 2 races. Yeah, that's nice. I think like you know, that's probably a good example. Like, what track was it on, Jack? Because there's certainly some tracks like where its safe rating just really hurts. You know, this is potentially one of those tracks today because it's a shorter track. There's less corners in the lap. Where, you know, like the Nordschleife is the perfect place to game safety run because it's got so many corners. You know, it's incident points per corner is essentially how it's calculated. But I haven't got to like a point with where I have to like truly focus on it. You know, it might just be like, right, just stay a bit cleaner, be a bit more careful, but never started from the back, never not qualified, never like farmed safety rating. Essentially, Watkins Glen, yeah. I think Watkins is pretty good for safety rating in general. But yeah, when you can, you just got to do your best in it. And fortunately for me, like, you know, with doing the Nordschleife Endurance Championship and the special events, it's sort of there's enough moments where you just get a big bump in safety rating, and it kind of doesn't matter after that. So you can just race how you're racing. But you know, here, right, like we're starting to find the limit, and I just need to know that the next time, let's say, for example, the next time we're doing a fixed race, I just need to be careful of a few corners late in the race with the understeer and stuff. Once you trim those up, as long as you're learning from it, then you'll be fine. Yeah, Suzuka seemed good. Yep. Interesting places like Bathurst are fantastic for safety rating because there's lots of corners, and if you can finish a race, it means you just don't pick up incident points. Adelaide's another good example because like the only real place you pick up like an innocent 1x is the first chicane, but it's a slowdown, and then everywhere else is just keep it out of the wall. You know, so if you finish a race, it means you haven't crashed. You're gonna have 0x basically. So, but yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, train a lot of the track to the point you can do the same amount of the laps in a good time. Yeah, exactly right. And yeah, Hugo's right. And just knowing those key points where your braking markers are, like don't jump into an official session until you're ready to put a race together, basically. So, and yeah, but you do need to get involved with the racing because otherwise you're never going to learn. So yeah. Todd, Seattle Kraken. Oh yeah. Oh, they're not in though. Okay. Yeah, no. Look, I agree. I agree with that. There was a few years I did watch where I did watch the NHL. I was working with a guy who was really into it. He played inline hockey in New Zealand. It's basically the only version we have. Not many ice rinks and stuff. But yeah, for a number of years I followed the San Jose Sharks. Well, that's a moment. And there was one year they got to the Cup finals, but they lost. But I do enjoy watching hockey when I do. I don't follow it particularly closely anymore, but it's a great game to watch. Okay, bit of wet weather driving around Donington. This will be if the race is like this, it'll be a totally different kettle of fish for me. Yes, we do have wet tyres on. Everyone's having a proper problem. Not go completely off track to avoid incidents rather than trying to avoid the narrowest margin. That's a really good point, amateur. I learned that the hard way. You try and sneak around an incident and you're often involved in it. And you got to kind of train that out a little bit because obviously the damage is a lot more in iRacing. So you do need to be very careful with how much you pick up. But I've had a few races where I'm like, the moment happens in front, you try and sneak around, car rolls back a little bit, bang, there's 7 minutes of damage. Holy moly, sorry buddy. It's a guy from the previous race. Okay, we got there. Ho, 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 ho. That's one of those moments. You try to sneak around that. The guy almost rolled back into me. There's carnage. Oops, spun car. There's cars everywhere, isn't there? That was too much. Guy behind me. This is a lot of carnage in this lobby. Yeah, I think when you are involved in an incident, even if it like those ones which are like not your fault, right? I always spend a lot of time like really trying to kind of just break it down and just look at it all and just go, could I have done anything myself? You know, is there something that, you know, I potentially could have done differently here? And sometimes the answer is just straight no. Okay, no. Someone ran into me and that is what it is. And that's fine. But sometimes you think, you know what? Maybe I should have just, you know, gone to the grass and just been super sure. Lost a few positions, but stayed in the race. And, yeah, 'cause there's just nothing worse than getting caught in just a silly accident. Like in the race one, we had that back marker in front of us through the chicane that had that spin, and you had to check up a lot just to make sure I didn't make contact, and I immediately lost a place to the driver behind, right? But it was better than trying to sneak past and catching him and getting damaged and being out of the race. And so I've always, yeah, I've sort of applied that tactic a little bit, and it's saved me a few times. Stop the track. But no, it was a habit I had to break, right? Like, because, you know, we had, like an ACC, you could take a full-blown impact, pick up 20 seconds of damage, and the car's still drivable. Like, it's not going to drive great. You know, the Ford Mustang, if you put 20 seconds of front-end damage on it, it understeered terribly. You could keep racing. It's just that, you know, you quickly realise that that impact is 5 minutes of damage on iRacing, and it's very much race ending. So it certainly makes you think about how you race other people, and if there is a moment of potential contact, how you approach it. Oh. And the wet stuff, around it goes. Oops.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Off there, off there, off there. It's gonna be really tricky if the race slows.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Susan plays the game a little bit aggressive. Yeah, I think so. But like, I think sim racing in general is just gaining popularity. I think the sim racing community could probably do with watching a bit more GT racing in general. Like, I think we're just getting a lot of F1 fans. The rules of engagement in F1 are very, very different. And I think you can tell, like, I certainly noticed, definitely once I started getting into these lobbies a bit more, like, you know, you can't give any quarters, right? Like, these guys will absolutely play for keeps and race you very hard, but they give space. I haven't met many on track who have been really troublesome, you know. But you can tell they just know GT racing, and they know what they need to do in terms of giving space and what fair is. I think we see a lot of, like, you know, you guys will see it as well. You see Instagram reels, right? And they'll be, oh, rate my, who's at fault? And it's quite clearly one person, but they'll be defended because it's like, oh, it was their corner, or, you know, and they just didn't leave any space on the outside and just push someone off. And but yeah, it's not F1, you know. It's GT racing. It's got to be different. But I think that's, you know, my experience coming into this was watching a lot of GT3 endurance type racing, and so it kind of made sense to me. But you can just tell those who have probably watched a lot of F1, seen a lot of Max Verstappen dives, which are perfectly legal in F1. They're just not legal in GT racing. And I think I found it interesting watching Verstappen at the ring, is that he has raced to the rules. I haven't seen him make any F1 style moves. He has raced to the rules, so you can tell that's why he does it in F1, because he's allowed to. It's really interesting. So I'm always of the opinion that Drive to Survive has been good for motorsport, but not good for, in terms of viewership, but not quality of viewer, I could say. And I'm hoping that what Verstappen is doing this year at the ring will change that a bit, I think. But then I think, you know, I think of iRacing in general, like it's certainly an investment to get into the sim, you know, so I think people do come with the right intentions to learn and understand the game and stuff. And so I think maybe as a community we could, in, essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that about new players, and, you know, maybe, as a community, we could, in essence, kind of think like that help people out in a way. Sort of create the atmosphere we want to make, because yeah, there's new people coming in all the time, and there's sometimes a lot of negativity around that. That's why I don't have the voice chats on, because they're pretty horrible sometimes. People say some terrible things to people in race lobbies, and you know, some of those people are just new, just don't know any different. Well, this is going to be really interesting if this does this for the whole race. Don't know if it will, but some big gaps in lap times in this field. Yeah, a lot of people drive by F1 rules, yeah, without even reading the iRacing rulebook. Yeah, 100%, 100%. It's the only example they have, right? That's a problem. Yeah, the paywall is a good thing. I think, especially when LMU started to get a bit more popular, started last year, and I was part of that. Lightly wet. So again, I think we're going to go with our wet tire. This is what everyone did last time. We should try that. And there were some days where it was just carnage. It was just the standards were so poor. I couldn't get a clean race in. It really threw me, actually. So part of me came into iRacing was because of that. But you know, iRacing does sit on the other side of that paywall, and I think everyone has an opinion of that, essentially. But I personally like it. So we're going to do that, but put that tire on it. Yeah, I think the main reason is there's very few dive balls in real GT, as penalties are huge. Like 30 seconds stop go. Yep, 100%. Yeah, we saw a moment at Brands Hatch. There was a privateer BMW kind of poked the nose down the inside at Druids on a Ferrari, turned him around. He got drive through like straight away, bang. And that's how those penalties work, right? So I think GT rules are different. They need to be understood, and it's like you see crashes happen at corners that you've never seen a pass at ever in your life in watching real life racing. So you know, you go to Bathurst, and like passing at the cutting is nearly impossible. But you see people poking the nose down there all the time, and it causes a crash. And it's like, you just can't pass here, guys. Like, if you watch enough motor racing at Bathurst, you know where you can and cannot pass. And incredibly, if you watch enough GT racing, it's very hard to pass. That's how it is. that's the game we play, you know. Todd, I came from sim racing from F1 and Drive Survived. Yep, watching your videos and others like Dave can help me understand the rules and protocols for sport car racing. Now, thanks, man. Yeah, I tried to talk about it about as much as I can. You know, and I know I am. You know, like, I know I can be a bit soft on track sometimes. You know, but I hate the dive bomb. I just think it's silly, and you know, it's still good racing. Even if you can't pass someone, you get close, you try and make something happen. I just want it to be clean. I'm not here to ruin anyone's day with a silly move. So you got to show a bit of patience sometimes. Right, there's a bit more grip on these wet tyres. Let's not excite them too much on this outlet. It's a 10k I-rated driver in our lobby here on 13th. Interesting. This is not a very full lobby. Not a very full lobby at all. Okay, 2 valid laps. Let's do that.
Green flag, green flag.
That's not a great start to it. Get off the curb.
Here comes the first time lap.
Spinning. Hey. Maybe we got this wrong on the wet tire this time. It doesn't seem as wet. Still valid. I might have got this tyre choice wrong again, guys. No, everyone at the front of the field's on wets.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel left. One more lap.
I think 111 is quicker than I went on dries last time.
You have about 1 lap of fuel left.
Okay, not the worst in the world. 10.3.
There's the flag. It's over.
Third at the moment. That's interesting. Oh, don't go off track, don't go off track, don't go off track. Oops. That's a silly 1x. Ah. Dave is very good at explaining how the rules work. He does have a very hard time admitting to his own mistakes without shoving some blame on others. Cheers, amateur. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, look, it's the racer in everyone, isn't it? Trying to point out things, and I think if there's anything I've done is been very open and honest when I make a mistake. It just makes sense to be upfront. I've probably admitted to being even in moments where you're not at fault, like I was saying before, you can always find the thing that you could have done differently. And it's better. It's just simply better to start there. It's just better to be in that position. Even if at the end of the day you're not at fault, you could do things better. I've actually qualified really nicely for this race, guys. I'm a little bit concerned. A second away from Matt there with his 10,000 rating. And Jacob 7.8k. 2.5 tenths off. That's not too bad. That's just on a lap. No pits. Adrian? We have raced Adrian before. We were racing Adrian at the Nordschleife last week, actually. He was in this livery. But we haven't seen Mateo tonight. We haven't seen Osama. He was in the sim just before, but he hasn't jumped into a race. Still missing Jack. I'm sure Jack will be back next week. Hopefully we end up in the same split. That would be nice. Okay, and Adrian's gone to 11th, so we're still P4. No pressure, guys. No pressure at all. Nearly 4K strength of field, which essentially is because of the top couple of guys there. Yeah, some 5 and 4K guys down to 2600 I rating. As the 2500 I rating is the bottom door card. So a bit more of a spread here. Still rocking the P Cup? Yeah, no, all P Cup tonight. Yep, all P Cup tonight. Yeah, I don't tend to mix and match the races too much. I really struggle going from car to car. I essentially need a bit of a reset, do some practice laps, sort of get into the groove. So yeah, all the streams that I do have essentially just been a focus for the day, the evening, and trying to get the best performance out of it. You know, I sort of just get frustrated by just not quite being as good at the other cars I drive if I'm jumping from car to car. I'm not that level. I'm not that good. The guys that can do anything and just jump in is insane. So yeah. Yes, fixed jumping between fixed and open. Yeah, got a good sense of what the car does, and obviously the slightly different conditions and stuff, but yeah. Yeah, Todd, you might be right actually. Yeah. The rain scares people off, doesn't it? Very lightly wet. Riley's put wets on. Dries for the leader. Yeah. Come on, Riley. Keep your wets on, mate. Everyone else put wets on. They'll help me out. Yeah, he's changed his mind. He's gridded up there and he's changed his mind. Oh no, still on wets. No, he's changed his mind again. Right, let's see how we get on here. I think we might get a bit battered, unfortunately, team. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. I seem to be able to qualify this car pretty well. Just it's never at full operating temp, you know, the sort of 2-lap qualifying, sort of trying to drive it as best you can on a subpar settings. But yeah, we seem to be able to do a decent job of it.
Green, green, green. Right side.
Don't crash into this first. Hello, I am here. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's broken. Dude, what? And they just lit up on the curb. Oh. F. He just got a wiggle, didn't he? Just got a little wiggle there, bumped me onto the curb, and as soon as I got to that puddle there at the end, she just lit up and turned straight to the wall. It was, no, I agree. I think he's gone in deep. He's wanted this. I've got a better start than him. You know, look how far back we are on the start. And we've had too much wheel spin. We've had a really nice jump. Our starts have been really good tonight. And so we're you know, in front here. And he's taken a second go at it. I've run wide. But yeah, he's put me onto that curb, and then the curb's done the rest. Ugh. That is that sucks. I'm not gonna lie, that sucks. Yeah, imagine being the only one the dry tire and being the right call, obliterate everyone. That would be fantastic. There are a couple of people here on wets. It's not the right call. I see he's up on the he's in the wet stuff as well. Right. 13 minutes of repair. It's not really worth our time, is it? We are finishing last regardless. Very unfortunate. Well, we might as well go and do something else. Yep. That's annoying. Can only race once a night when I crash first lap. Always hate that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I got into a bit of a point there with when I was making heaps of videos where I was really struggling to race often enough. And yeah, it was pretty easy for a week to go pear shaped, you know, like you could very easily find yourself a couple of races in, nothing's gone well. You know, you've got these other pressures and life and stuff as well. And yeah, sometimes there were weeks I didn't race because there was just other things to do. And yeah, when you only have a couple of opportunities and they don't go well, it's pretty rough. Right, so what are we going to do? We have a whole 45 minutes, unfortunately, until the next event. That's that definitely sucks. Yeah, no, it's just bad luck, isn't it? That's all it is. Yeah, what was it wouldn't have been intentional, you know, from the guy there. You're probably maybe also one of those ones where you sort of naturally you would have given that enough space and that would be heaps. But obviously everyone's trying to avoid that curb, so everyone's even further over into the inside of the track. He's just had a little bit of a wiggle there. It's just been enough, and you know, maybe I should have just backed right out of it. Yeah, it was just as soon as I hit that puddle at the end, it was done. Absolutely done. I can't even register for this race because it's so early. Right, let's jump into this one. Yeah, but that was probably like our best chance at a decent result. I don't know. I would have had to keep the elbows out most of the race, I think, but I'd learned a few things from the first one. What could have been, eh? What could have been? But yeah, 4K streak the field would have been good for the championship points too. Probably see exactly. We'll have a quick look and see where we're at with those. So yeah, obviously, guys, on Tuesday we're focusing on Porsche Cup, and yeah, the reason for that is that we are having a go at trying to accumulate points for the overall series for the season. It's been going pretty well, in the consistency of showing up has been really good. So this is fixed at the moment. 7 weeks, so that's included the race we have just done in fixed. Looking at that, 910 points, and we're currently 60th overall. So it takes the top 8 results from the 12 weeks. So which essentially from after next week we'll be at a point where we have to look at where our lowest scores are and try and beat those for the remaining weeks. But yeah, for the moment we're sort of obviously keeping up, and then there might be a few people who've only done say 5 weeks. If they focus on it, so for the rest of the year they might come and leapfrog us. But yeah, overall position in fixed we're 60th out of 25,000 people who have done at least one race this season. And in Division 2, we are 17th currently. So you can see our friend Jack here, he's in 9th. I missed out doing the Long Beach week. It was during the kids' school holidays, so didn't have time for that. And then yeah, Jack's missing out this week. So we're essentially on level terms at the moment, having points from the weeks. Jack's just got another 170 points over me at the moment, so he's doing really, really great there. But yeah, 17th overall in Division 2, 60th overall. And in Open, we obviously had a better race this time round. So we're currently 29th. That's interesting. Jack's 24th. He's 996 points. And we're still 80 points away from him. So there's definitely some gaps there. But in Division 2, 10th. So yeah, there's obviously a couple of guys here. Like this guy Jaden, he's super fast. Like he's Division 2 at the moment. He'll definitely be Division 1 next season. So you know, there's people that kind of are coming up through the ranks. Mateo there, he's only done the 6 weeks, so you know he's a little bit behind us, but he could easily come over the top because he hasn't done a week yet. Yeah, I think so far I'll take that. It's a pretty. There's 1,400 people in Division 2. So yeah, certainly the whole concept of focusing on a series, you know, for a season has really been working out actually. Yeah, see the incident points here. These people that have done quite a few races, picking up a fair few incident points. Yeah, very interesting. It's been really interesting exercise, and yeah, I think this overall number's been fascinating for me. You know, you obviously got some super quick guys here. You know, Moritz. I've been watching a lot of his streams. He's been teaching me essentially by watching him, teaching me a lot about this Porsche Cup car. Tons of wins. 61% of his races are wins. It's pretty incredible actually. But yeah, 1,500 points. You know, so the points are awarded based on obviously where you finish and what the strength of field is. So yes, if you win a Division 2 race, you're probably going to get more points than if you finished, you know, below the second half of a like a division of a top split race. So those weeks where you are in split 2 and stuff become quite important for like overall series points. But yeah, if you get a race like the one we just had, the strength of field's really high because those top drivers are there. If I'd finished in the top half, I would have got a really good haul of points. And so yeah, sometimes those runs go away and they hurt more because of what we're trying to do here in the overall series. So hey mate, welcome. Finally caught me live. Yeah, nice. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Whereabouts in the world are you? Am I? Yep, there we go. Did that practice server drop out again? That's interesting. So yeah, that's where we're at the moment with the standings. I think with the fixed race could definitely so Kentucky USA. Yeah, nice. Yeah, slightly out of time zone. No, glad we can catch you, mate. That's fantastic. How are things in Kentucky at the moment? Nice. What season is it for you guys? Spring as well? Must be. You can tell I'm still learning Northern Hemisphere seasons and stuff. Having like a winter Christmas in Europe is just so super weird. You know, New Zealand, we would have summer Christmas, barbecues at the beach, all that stuff. You know, it's great, but yeah, winter Christmas and stuff. Derby season, love it. Yes, spring, nice. This is... Oh, no, this is fixed, isn't it? Yes, it's fixed. All over the shop. Yeah, unfortunately, mate, we had a lap one, or turn one, exit of turn one incident. So we are doing a bit of practice here, but we've got a little bit of time before we hit our last race of the evening. Yes, that was super unfortunate. I'm not gonna lie, that was really, really unfortunate, that last race. Haven't had a moment like that for a little while, actually. Been able to have some pretty clean races. Well, I won't say clean, but you know, get to the finish line without major incident the last while, except for the weekend. That's that definitely no finish lines there. But yeah, that's my first proper bit of damage in a daily race for a little while, actually. So let's see if we can just find ourselves a little bit of pace here and fixed. Make a better effort. Only 92 championship points that last race, which is well below my normal. Don't take that, second good. And actually the other thing, guys, is that we're going to have a little bit of a shuffle with the rig in the weekend as well. I've got a couple of new parts for the rig coming, a freestanding monitor stand and a PC shelf and stuff. I'm just going to try and really tidy up the overall package here with the streaming setup and stuff. And yeah, it makes a few little adjustments to positioning and seat positioning and things. So it's basically been 2 years with this rig, this gear, and I haven't made too many adjustments to it over that time. The initial setup was pretty good, but I've been thinking about some stuff for a few months, so we're going to action that. So we're going to do a bit of a rig tour, kind of 2-year look back kind of video soon, because there's a few things that have tweaked and changed over that time. So that'll be fun. It's always nice playing with the rig, shuffling the room around, making it feel a bit fresh. Oops. Ink. It's off track 2. Oops, that's wide.
down it. I think I noticed... Was this livery in our last race as well, guys? Someone else had a problem in that previous race. Do I think? Maybe. Looks familiar. Maybe just sign up. Yeah, same one. Yeah. I need to remember to actually register for this race soon as well. Spinner, spin up. Oops, follow him out. Wow, some hits on. Like you can take that curve, but only like one way. And I honestly think this is right where I'm at with the driving, is that there's a slightly safer way to take that corner, which would be more consistent, wouldn't pick up the incident points, but it's just not fast enough for the lobbies I'm driving now. And I've noticed it at a few tracks where it's like, those are the sorts of corners, those are the sorts of like risks that you sort of now need to take to compete. And yeah, it's taking a little while to sort of get on top of it. But yeah, for me it's just this next phase of my driving where I'm trying to just find that extra speed. I think it's why the safety rating continues to take a hit, because it's like you're sort of just trying stuff even in the race. Sort of can't not. I could probably have a perfect safety rating and be as fast as I was 4 or 5 months ago, but not improving the pace. So it's a necessary sacrifice. It's the cost of the learning. I think it's working though. Yeah, exactly right. It's sort of the margins that you're playing with. And we've seen it, right? Like the last fixed qualifying we had, if I was 3/10 slower, I'd be 20th instead of 12th, you know, or 10th or whatever it was. Yeah, that's the margins now. And that's every race. There's no easy ones. But of course, once you start dialing that stuff in, then you get both. You know, it becomes your new normal, and you don't pick up the incident point, and you keep the 2/10 that you gain in that corner. And so yeah, like I said, that's just the process now, creating a new normal. I have a feeling those two cars are mates. They're doing laps together. Oops, it's early. A little bit too much on the rear tyre there. Careful here too. I have a feeling the fast guys will fall through there, but can't make it work. Wow. It's a lot of airtime. Ah, Polnaro, hello. How's the G9 display working for you? Yeah, very good. Yeah, very, very good. I'm a big fan of the single monitor. Look, it's really simple, which is what I wanted. There's maybe part of it which I would like triples, but I don't really have the complexity I don't really want to have, basically. Take up too much of PC power and things like that, so no color correction. HDR is on. A lot of these settings are set up really high, just to make it look as good as it can. But this is what it looks like. Just capturing the game at the moment. I'm going to go and register for this race. But yeah, this is essentially how it looks. So, but yeah, it's run up. Everything's run really high. It's a pretty beefy PC, and it seems to handle it. So yeah, I try and make it look as good as it can. simply because a lot of people say iRacing doesn't look that good, but I think it looks pretty good in general. Like, it could be a lot worse, so I like showing it off as best as I can. Quite keen to do some of the Spa IMSA this week because it's in the sunset time, and with when you've got HDR on and all that sort of stuff, it looks really, really nice. It can eat the frames, not gonna lie, but it looks really cool. It looks really cool. So I'm hoping I can do a few of those races and show it off a little bit. Right, Reggie said. You have the G9 as well. Yeah, nice. I think it's the perfect. I think it's the perfect monitor for. You know, again, it's just that complexity. When I built the rig, I wasn't like essentially wasn't much of a not much of a PC knowledge person. You know, like I could work it out if I wanted to, but I think when you're streaming and you're making content, you know, you need to have, you know, more screens for that and things, and you're just running it off one PC. I think if I had triples, I'd have to go to like a dual PC setup, and that's just too much for me right now. But this gives plenty of option. I think iRacing is maybe the sim that where you get the where the triples would make sense because you get more view. But yeah, I just prefer it really. So you complain about the colors. Oh, okay. Do you have the OLED version? Oh, they're too cold. Okay, that's interesting. So you prefer them a bit more vibrant. I actually prefer them a bit more flat like this, but the flatter color. I guess it feels a bit more real. For me, it feels a bit more real. I was watching some ACC the other day, and oh, it was like going back in time, but it was like how vivid that game was. Like, it was so saturated. Like, man, that's I never really knew, never really realized. Some of it. But I think with iRacing, the grey days of like really grey, like it's really quite interesting, and then there's a lot of grey days in iRacing. So I think it's they could maybe brighten things up a tiny bit on those sorts of days. Or you have the day, I don't know if you guys noticed, but you'll have like a day which is sunny, it's a race start, and then halfway through the race, like the cloud cover will come over, and like everything gets really dark, like it's quite noticeable. You're like, hang on, do I need to like bump the brightness up here? But it's just that the game it's just the sun's gone away, and that's just how the game renders it. It's really interesting. Oh, goodness. Sorry. That was almost a big crash in the server.
Clear on the left.
Spin the spin up. Yeah, 100%. That sunlight coming in, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, so it's those times of the day I think are fantastic. I'm doing the Sebring 12 hour and you come towards sunset as the sun's setting. Hey Murray, welcome mate. Going kind of okay. I've been a little bit off pace tonight. It's been very close fields. I then had a really nice qualifying the previous race, and unfortunately it all ended in one corner. So it's some positives, but also a bit of disappointment. So yeah, we're just doing a bit of practice now. We've got a bit of a wait now until the next race, but. But yeah, I guess speaking of, like, you know, the colours and the graphics and the overall look of the game, you know, that's going to be a huge change in iRacing over the next couple of years as they introduce their new graphics engine and stuff to the game. So I think it'll be really fascinating to see where iRacing is in 2 years' time. I've got to admit, I'm pretty, in a way, quite confident they're going to do a good job of it. Wow, that was a moment behind. It just feels like everything iRacing has put out in the recent past has been on point. All the car updates, even the initial shading and shadows and some of the graphic stuff they've been able to do in this engine, it's been really nice. Now, I'm not entirely sure what that means for maybe players on like lower systems who have been able to still play iRacing for all these years. It might end up getting a bit heavier on PCs like other modern games, but it'll be a nice update, I think. Huge job. It'll obviously taken a lot of time. Like, we won't see it this year. They've made that pretty clear. See you in 5 hours, woke up, watched the replay. Yeah. Yeah, it was... Oh, look, it went downhill after you left, mate. It went downhill. Yeah. I think our decision to retire was probably the right one. I think we'll do it differently next time. It just, yeah, just one of those things, eh? It didn't go our way, and that's motor racing for you. And yeah, it's the hardest race of the year. Oh, that was a bit awkward, buddy. Hardest race of the year, and it got us this time. So, you know, we're back on the train. That's all you can do is just get back on the horse and get back into some more races. And looking forward to redeeming ourselves at the next Nürburgring Endurance Championship round in a couple of weekends' time, because I think we'll come back with some real fresh energy and fresh speed as well. Like, I'd certainly got faster at the Nürburgring over the last week. It just didn't translate into a perfect result. Like the qualifying in the first stint, I was really happy with. There's big pressure there. Really happy with my qualifying lap. I thought that was the best I'd driven around the Nordschleife. And Charlie's pace was next level, you know. We can learn a thing or two from that. But we'll get it right one day. Yeah, it will help bring it home, yeah. Yeah, no, I think the one thing with that stint, and it all unraveled at the end, you know, it was a double stint. I hadn't probably practiced the double stint too much. Probably didn't have enough laps in the dark. I really struggled with the first stint in the dark. And I had to jump in the rig like a whole hour before I expected to. You know, yeah, Jermaine's first stint, his PC started to act up right at the end there. And it was like, can you jump in? I went, yes. But wasn't ready for it though. And so I'll have to get a bit better at that as well. because that can happen, you know, it can absolutely happen. Like a real race car driver, right? Like as soon as it's within a window of opportunity of him being in the car, he'll be all suited up in case the strategy goes that way or something happens, or you know. And I wasn't really at that point, so yeah, I kind of got a bit. Yeah, it kind of just threw me a little bit, and then it all unraveled. I was just starting to feel like we were in a rhythm, and we just pushed a little bit too hard. It was a bit unnecessary, and we ultimately spun and then crashed the next lap, so that's alright. We can live and learn, for sure. Yeah, definitely more practice in the dark, more practice in the rain, more practice. Yeah, and like I said, like I mentioned in the stream, you know, maybe things like the SRI League and stuff won't be something we do in the seasons to come, because just having that opportunity to go, yep, not this week, I've got stuff on. That could be anything, right? But that probably needed some more specific time, and we had to use up the sim time for SRI and things like that. Of course, if I was really getting into SRI, I'd be thinking differently, but I have struggled to really get into the league. Got a few rounds to turn left of the season to turn that round a little bit. And it has been good racing, but I know Jermaine did such a nice job. I came in and it was, you know, it's like, hey, it's like, if you've been driving just to keep the stream going. Very, very nice of them, yeah. But no, I think that's the team I got. You know, that's why these teammates are so good. We win and lose together. We help each other out, do what we need to for each other. So you know, it's couldn't ask for more, really. That's an off track and a slow down. Righto. Give me a second, guys. Just going to prepare myself for this next race. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Let's put it on someone more interesting to. Watch this guy do battle with other people here. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Righto. Where are they from? Some of them have accents. Yeah. So Danny and Jermaine are from the Netherlands. Charlie's in the UK, North UK, and also Ash and Leighton, my other two teammates who I drove Bathurst 12 hour with, also in the UK. So yeah, while I'm over here in Europe, we're all actually quite close. Catching up with a bunch of them in person over the coming months at different events, Bar 24 and bits and pieces. So yeah, it's nice. Be really different next year, right? When we're back in New Zealand. I'll have to get good at the night laps because that's what I will be doing essentially. So yeah, I think it'll still be good to be able to drive with the team, and these special events will actually make a lot more sense. The 24 hours at least, you know, will kind of, there won't be someone to do the, I guess the graveyard shift, because it'll just be my daytime. So, but yeah, very fortunate to be linked up with those guys. Who else is in this lobby going quickly? 4-2, the road map car. Just a couple minutes before we get into the lobby. So we'll rest here, a little recovery. Hopefully we can just have one decent race. I've sort of felt, say, the last few, well, we don't know how the last one would have gone, but the first two was just a tiny bit off pace and a very close field. Assume we'll be split one again. We were door 13 that last race, so certainly maybe some lower numbers in general. But yeah, like I was saying before, guys, we're expecting big fields for Spa and Porsche Cup next week. And probably a lot of people practicing for round one of the esports championship as well. So it'll be a very busy week in Porsche Cup next week, not gonna lie. I'm quite looking forward to it, actually. All the split two races we did at the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife, you kind of line up going, I've got a chance at a result, you know, so they're kind of quite nice. Be nice getting a little bit better at split one here, because there's certainly lots of the more quieter weeks in Porsche Cup where you definitely split one. Still strong fields though, not gonna lie. There's no easy split one races. But I've never felt like a split one driver, so we're just trying to feel like one, basically. The door 21 for this particular race, bottom door card is 3K, 8.4 the top driver here. So once again, lots of competition. Lots of good competition here. Oh no, sorry, Matt's here as well, 10K. So our streak the field is 4,399. Yep. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. Very much appreciated. The Tuesday streams have always been the most popular. So yeah. What about Vince though? I wanted to ask you if you're still interested in growing the channel. Yeah, I think we're going to get back to a few videos. Yeah, I was saying earlier on, we're going to we've got a video coming out, might be tomorrow, day after, where I actually started doing some open wheel racing. So rookie journey, and been thinking about doing that for a while. So we're going to do that. Shorts as well. Yeah, I've got a whole host of shorts. I just need to find a really good rhythm to start putting those together. But I've been kind of collecting them during the live streams. Oh, guys. Wait. Did I see it? Did I see it? Hang on. Yes. Luke, are you in the chat, my friend? This is my friend Luke. This is his livery. And he has done this. He's put it on trading paints, and we said, I was going to laugh so hard if I found it in a race. It is here. Luke, are you here? He did this livery. It's inspired by the Verstappen helmet from the weekend. And he's done it for Porsche Cup. He's put it on. There's about 18 or 20 people who are racing this, and this is one of them. Let's go. Lutzka liveries, guys. Lutzka liveries. He's done my liveries. He does all our team liveries. He's an absolute legend. Really good mate of mine now. And he's there. That's awesome. Let's go. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. So yeah, guys, yeah, it looks great. Look, it was a cool livery. So yeah, guys, I will remind me after the race if you want, guys, and I can put the link if you guys want to follow him on Trading Paints and essentially other liveries he does. He's going to do a few. So let's go. That's awesome. Right, let's go qualify. But yeah, I met Luke because he reached out to me when I was quite new on YouTube, essentially being like, "Do you want a livery?" So like my first ACC livery with the Ferrari when I did Pro Series, I think it was, we did a sort of like a team-inspired livery for the 296. Was by Luke, and he's done all my liveries since, all the BS Motorsport logo that I use on the stream and stuff. He's done that as well. Really, really creative dude, and just one of the many people I've met through sim racing. Is just, yeah, so many cool people do sim racing, so many great communities and stuff, and you guys as well, right? Like we're meeting all you guys as well. Never have met you if we didn't do YouTube. So glad I got to see that tonight, actually. All right, guys, we're going to set a couple of battle laps here. It's a valid lap. It's not a fast valid lap, but it's a lap. Probably a bit conservative, but I don't really want to start too far up this field if I'm being perfectly honest. Nineteenth at the moment. Probably happy enough with that, actually. A second away. I honestly think that just shows how good Porsche Cup can be. You know,
It actually looks so good in game. Luke is also Dutch, so I think the Verstappen theme does come through sometimes. I did make it clear that as great as it looks, I can't drive a Red Bull livery. It's just not in my character. But he's done a nice job with that one. So yeah, guys, if you're ever keen for a livery, a custom livery yourself, Luke does have a livery business that he does run, and yeah, it's he's been very fortunate for him to support me in the channel, and I've you know, obviously my own cars have, I think, look pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of Kiwi theme and stuff. I'm not on track anymore, so I can't find myself. Where am I? Yeah, big fan of this particular one. And it was actually another Kiwi who's racing Porsche Cup, Kiwi girl who's racing Porsche Cup in the States, who's got a similar livery layout to this that we took inspiration from. So plenty of Kiwi inspiration. The New Zealand on the top. And you can see in the front there's lots of little Kiwi New Zealand elements. It's hard to pick up actually, but always been a fan of this one. Looking splendid. But yeah, trading paints is great. There's so many great people making paints for trading paints. It's amazing. Right, door 21. Starting out, we are definitely in fixed, aren't we? Yes, we are. Yep. Don't have to worry about that. No, not one too out of place. 5.4k drive in front. Yeah, should be right. Let's just have a fun race. Let's see what sort of carnage unfolds. Let's at least try and survive turn 1. Oh, there we go. Luke's livery's right behind us there, so we get to see it in the mirror as well. Yeah, last race of the evening, guys. So let's make it a good one. Let's make it a good one. But I hope you guys have been enjoying this. I've certainly been enjoying it tonight. Nice to get the weekend out of the way, I think. Who's got to grid? Couple still to grid. 3 to go. 3 to grid. Anytime now. Certainly the odd driver that likes to use up all of the grid time. Here we go.
Green flag, green flag.
We drove the clutch a little bit too long there.
Right side. Clear on the right. Car right. You're on the left. 3 wide. Right side. 2 wide. Clear.
Oh, a little bit desperate.
Car right. You're on the left. 3 wide. Right
3 wide.
2 wide.
Oh, we stuck through the gap there. Holy moly. Okay. Oh, that's full on. That's a full on lap 1. We have survived. To look back at that, someone got, I think, fully T-boned there out of the final corner. Let's see if we can't maybe have a clean enough race with some safety rating as well. Oh, this car in front's kind of a meatball. Just noticed. Yep.
Car on your left.
That's a nice move.
Clear.
Just went slow through the chicane because obviously realised the car in front was damaged and was going to be going into the pits.
You're on the left.
Yes. Don't scratch that nice livery back there. Yikes. That's deep there. Try to look after these front tyres a little bit more. Maybe how understeery this fixed setup got later in the race. Oops, someone's off on turn one.
Oh, oh my goodness.
Right side.
Wow. What's going on in this race, people?
You're on the right.
What's going on in this race? Nope, nope, nobody, nope.
Car on your left. Clear. Left side. Clear.
Thank you. It's got no bonnet. Very, very hard car to drive. Okay, hopefully just hold those guys up behind me a little bit. Oh, don't kill me, please. That's a move. No, he's gone wide. Run away, Bradley, run away. Okay, full focus on myself now. Let's put some clean laps together. Ooh, a bit slowly. Gap is growing. Woohoo. Oh, the guy in front of me as well. What is going on in this race? Oh, slow down for the car behind. That might let a few people through. But feeling comfortable enough here. Oh, it didn't. Goodness me, they cannot get past that guy behind. Okay, we've still got over half of this race to go. So we can't get too complacent here. Oops, off track. Let's not get too many of those either. This is national layout. I've never raced this one before, and part of me does want to go left at the end of the straight here. It's quite a tricky little chicane, this one. But yeah, it's short laps and a lot of them. Thank you. Yeah, that guy's out of the pits, but he's still got a pretty broken car. Honestly, could have. Yeah, no, definitely try it out. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. This is, yeah, tricky little chicane here. You don't want to take too much of that curve, but it's, yeah, it's turning into some pretty close racing. Well, we've seen all the incidents happen in front of us. Like I said, I wasn't too worried about starting a bit further back. This one's been another level. Just driving better this race in general, actually. Shouldn't take it too soon, should I? Whoops, what? Okay, so 8 laps to go. Yeah, Donington can be a really fun track when you get a nice groove and flow there. There's definitely time in that chicane, but I don't need to find it in this race. Just in a nice little pocket here, we've avoided the drama. Get a little bit of recovery after our lap 1 moment last race. Just gotta bring it home. cannot tell you how happy I am I got that move done on that Porsche before when I got to it, because he is still keeping everyone else behind him. I have no idea how, but it would be an absolute war zone back there if I was still in that pack. Getting that done as soon as I could was the best thing for my race. So much better through turn 1 now as well. Just proves that iRacing sometimes is just reps. Just get out there and do more races. Eventually just starts to click a little bit. Two after this one. That we can have a look at the carnage of this race. Honestly, what has even happened? We've gone from 20th to 8th. Thank you. Yeah, I was quite happy with how I've generally avoided all of that, if I'm being honest. Been a really nice little groove since finding some clear air as well. It's been nice. Good confidence booster. Oh no, I got it completely wrong. Sorry, I looked at the wrong thing for laps. We've still got 3 more. I think having so many laps honestly makes it feel like this race is really long. Just going to be playing this in my head while I sleep tonight, over and over and over again. Yeah, this one's got. I think I've needed this after the last one. I think I probably lost like 80 odd iRating in the last one. I might gain most of that back in this one. So green for the evening. Let's not talk too soon though. 3 to go. 3 to go. More importantly though, guys, we're leading the Trans-Tasman battle with the Australian behind us there. Always nice to get one up on my Australian rivals. Okay, last lap. Let's bring it home. Slow down for him as well. Looks like Aussie has a Cook rating though. Yeah, the C license. Well, he's either progressing at an extreme rate or he's having a lot of issue with the safety rating at the moment. Let's go. That felt good. That felt good, guys. That really felt good. Up 12 spots there. Yeah, I'll take it. 2 incident points, so we should gain some safety rating back.
Solid work.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna exit out and we'll load the replay because I think it's gonna close the session again. That was fun. That was fun. Did you guys enjoy that one? I certainly did. There was action aplenty. Let's wait for the results to come through and we can... let's have a quick look at the results from the previous one because that didn't go too well. Cheers, Chinook. No, thanks guys. Appreciate the support in general way. It's really awesome. This is the one prior. And we lost 77 iRacing. So down to 3. And then gained most of it back. We gained most of it back. We are still up from previous. Only 0.1 gain. That's a bit rough, team. So I really need 0 incident points to get proper rating gain on this track. That's really, really rough. Yeah, that's pretty cool. 3.6 is the fastest lap of the race. Mine was a 4.4. So within a second, I'll take it. I will take it. Right, let's dive into the replay because this should be a goodie. This should be a goodie. Oh, I didn't check the championship points for that one as well. 167. That's decent. That's decent. Strength of field was 4K. So, like I was saying, right, the 4,000 I rating, 4,000 strength of field means that, you know, there's some solid points in here if you get a half decent finish. Yeah, because if you were in split 2, we'll worry about it later. But yeah, you'll probably get more points if you won, say, a split 2 race. But, you know, 8th is a solid points haul there. Righto. Okay, so here we go. Let's have a bit of a look here. Let's go to the chase cam. So that's the nice thing about starting out nearer the back here. You can just be a little bit more sensible. Take your time. Bit of space around us here. No problem at all. Hopefully these guys' liveries will load up soon. There we go. Remember who everyone is. Nice and calm. Lap number 1. And to be fair, this was pretty straightforward for everyone. I think we get a moment up here. Half spin there, back on track. A touch through the middle. 3 wide briefly. 2 wide. And then it all kicks off down here. We'll have a look at that up the front. Massive dive bomb from... oh, yeah, bang, wow. And we'll just sensibly... Yeah, it's a massive dive from car 11. You just watch him come from just nowhere. So I wasn't keen to go around here too much because that's obviously going to be 3 wide, is not going to work. But then thankfully being slow means that we miss all of that. And of course this guy who's in front of us, who's trying to get a really good exit, despite seeing tire smoke everywhere, just accelerates into a parked car, which is grand. But how does this all unfold? I assume this is just 4 or 5 into 1. Yeah, so it's a 3 wide situation here, and just squeezed. This is what I was avoiding. So this is really interesting. This is what I was avoiding when I noticed that car all the way down the inside. So the multi-color car here has come all the way in to make it 3 wide. This car on the outside is right at... Where did that go? Why are my replays crashing, team? That's annoying. Hold up a second. Why did it do that? Yeah, like if as annoying as that is, you have to just choose to back out of it. You just have to go, I need to live. Someone has made a really aggressive move, and I need to live. And he didn't pick it, didn't notice it, and they've just squashed the guy in the middle, who's probably gone, oh dear. Oh, especially on lap 1. Yeah, especially on lap 1. And then of course the rest of it all unfolds, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it's just a little bit silly, but easy to happen. And to be honest, the Manti car probably isn't trying to do that. Like, it's probably just, unfortunately, he has kind of scenario. And once it's happened, it can't be undone, right? So. So yeah, we end up with quite the mess. Really hope this doesn't crash again. Let's look at it from a bit closer. Yeah, spinner. Straight into him. Another spinner, so that's the guy that was in the middle. And where are we here? Yeah, this guy. How's it look from the cockpit? Let's have a look. So you're passing me, you get passed by this guy, smoke everywhere, and you just drive into him. It's disappointing, isn't it? Back to us here. Lap 2. Defending. This is against Luke's great livery car. Round the outside. Nice move there. Yeah, easily could have pulled to the left. Easily could have just hit the brakes. Easily could have just been slower. Lots of things you can do. And then he immediately makes a mistake at the next turn. And we get just enough that we don't have to lift. We go back around, which is nice. And then... where are we at this point? Trying to think where we end up. Oh, here it is. So we need to decide what happens further up here. Oh, is this all self-inflicted? Yep, on the bounce. You can't bounce and accelerate. Oh, wow. What? Is this just full throttle? Oh.
I'm sorry, man, but and I think this guy here, he just does the right thing. Look, he just holds the brakes. You do exactly what you're supposed to do, and he just gets, unfortunately, just run into. It was it's kamikaze, isn't it? Just you've got it's plenty past the exit. You have no cars around you. You can go left and right. And you choose to go. You choose to just go straight. And then yeah, if we actually go up to where we are here, yeah, these guys bump, so it gives me, yeah, again up on the curb. He's come across, so we go past 1, 2, 3, 4 cars in a single moment. And then the next car down the road is this blue car that doesn't have a bonnet, so it's running really slow here. And I'm so glad I got this move done. This made my race essentially, because this guy basically finished behind me. There's only very late in the race that someone got past, just straight up the inside there, and you can see he's just not running, no bonnet. And it gives me a little bump as we go out there, a little bit of bump draft, and we're able to drive away. There's no way he was going to drive it in this sort of pace, but you know, for lap after lap, these guys, I guess they're battling each other a little bit here. Luke's livery's been scratched up at some point here. But this, if I didn't get past that blue car then, he was defending really well. Look at that. Ouch. We would have been, yeah, we would have been stuck right in this mess, and it would have gone very poorly. So, yeah, my goodness. And then where is our Australian friend then? So he's way back here. So he actually ends up finishing behind us. What happens? So he actually does a pretty good job to even get back up to where we were. Is there a moment here? That's definitely, there's a bit of a dive. Slow exit. Got about car number 4 there at the front, driving incredibly well with such a damaged car to keep people behind. I can't, yeah, I've got to admit, it's just good defending all down the inside. Forced his way into there. He's been escorted wide once again. And through goes number 19. Well, there we go, guys. Not gonna lie, that's not too bad overall, actually. That's far from bad. What happened at the end? Oh, that's a good livery. Luke, you should be proud of that one. Let's turn the game volume off. Just leave that one up. Guys, yeah, that is us for tonight. Overall, a green evening by about 10 iRacing or something. Not gonna lie, it wasn't by much. Very slow gains. Could have been quite a good evening if we didn't have that lap 1 moment. And let's have a quick look just before we go. One last thing, guys. Let's just see if we have a quick look to see if that has updated in the series standings for fixed. That is certainly an important result for my fixed series, because we were a little bit behind on points for that one compared to open. So 167 points will be much nicer. It has upgraded us there to 985 points, 49th overall. And in Division 2, that is going to elevate us up to 15th there. Just a mere 95 points behind our friend Jack there. So, look, I'll be honest, 15th in Division 2 so far, 7 out of our 8 weeks completed.
Next week we're going to be at Spa, which will be highly entertaining, I'm sure. It'll also mean that after next week we'll just be looking to improve certain results to see if we can't bump our overall standing up a little bit, and there might be a few other drivers that start to creep up and start to kind of threaten our top series result. But this has been fantastic to do overall. Not going to lie, this has been a lot of fun doing this on Tuesdays, and yeah. But guys, if you have enjoyed this at all and you haven't already, please throw a big thumbs up for me. That would be absolutely amazing. As I've mentioned a few times, the stream, expect a new video. I haven't done a video in actually ages, so we're going to get back into a bit of a groove on those. Feeling motivated for that. So expect a video, our first open wheel races on iRacing, back to rookie class and all that. Yeah, they were good fun, and some more open wheel racing videos coming soon. Also, over the next 4 weeks, we are going to be taking on the Porsche eSport Championships, Porsche Cup esports, whatever it is, the official the open qualifiers, global open qualifiers. So it'll be 4 weeks, certain time slots, and I will not be streaming those, but I will be making videos about them specifically. So we should be able to do at least 2 of the 4 time slots each week. So you won't see the first video next week, will be the week after, but there'll be 4 weeks of that as we kind of try and qualify for the Esports World Championship. I'm in Asia Pacific region. I think it's the only way I can sort of, I don't think I'm this region. I think I'm still, because of nationality, Asia Pacific. Top 35 go through. I don't know if I'll be the top 35. Maybe. Who knows? We need to have good races. They're 30-minute races and things. And if we qualify for that, we go on to the next round, which is the regional championships. Anyway. Now that Drift Access, there's no official prizes for officials. It's more just been an interesting kind of point of reference for myself, just to sort of stack myself up against arguably the best Porsche drivers in the game this season. And I've been enjoying this car and bits and pieces. So we've been just taking that on, and yeah, the series stuff has just been good fun, really. So sponsors. Oh yeah, there's some these people support me. The people you can see on screen at the moment. Pimax, they've going to do some VR videos, more VR videos with them. They've sent me a headset to use. There'll be some more VR stuff. The Almeida Racing Academy, they've given me access to their racing course, and I want to make some content about that because I've been finding it very, very good, very, very valuable. And yeah, obviously Luke's liveries, who's done this livery, you can see on the screen, as well as all my liveries as well. So yeah, got some support, and IR Drive, and IR Drive supported me from the first day of my channel. They're actually legends, absolute legends. All the overlay stuff you see is all IR Drive, so can't do it without them. So, but guys, thank you very, very much for hanging out with me today. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always, racing Porsche Cup cars for you guys. I hope you found it entertaining, and we will see you on Thursday. Yes, mate, if IR Drive is really, really good, there's a link in the description if you want to use my affiliate. It's constantly being improved. There's always new features coming out. They're really working hard at it. So yeah, proper good. But thanks, guys. We will see you on Thursday for SRI Superstars at Zolder. And we haven't been at Zolder for ages. It's going to be really, really interesting. Another tight track for qualifying, etc. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope you can join me for that. Otherwise, see you in the video that's coming out. Otherwise, but yeah, race hard, stay positive. See you in the next one. Cheers.